Folks, welcome in. My God, this is a shock. Rowan's streaming when it's not us o'clock. Ha! That rhymed. Welcome in, folks. How we doing today? Hope you're having a good day. So, today, basically, I wanted to try and stream earlier on Fridays for a couple of reasons. One was purely so. And that is, Friday nights tend to be a bit quiet, I've found on Twitch. And I usually don't get a lot of people in. But also, I know there are a lot of people who tune in who are in different time zones, obviously. And my usual streaming time is not necessarily great for them. So, yeah. I was hoping to, achieve a couple of things. Excuse me a sec. Oh, not sure if I'm coming down with something or whether it's just the change in temperature. Probably the change in temperature. The weather keeps changing in Sydney from hot and disgusting to cold and lovely. So fucking lovely. And yeah, my body's just unimpressed. Very unimpressed. Wants the cold weather, please. So, what I was hoping to get out of this stream, or do with this stream, is I have a chapter that I want to write. And I've got an outline for it. So, in theory, inspiration is about to flow out onto the page. Unfortunately, inspiration can be a fickle mistress. So, will it work? Do not know. It's okay. Because it's all about process. And if it doesn't work, then I try something else. So, basically, Dash and Morrigan. So Dash has met Morrigan, and Morrigan had already been attacked by weird warriors. Weird fighters, I should say. She's a little confused because she got hit in the head. Which will confuse pretty much anyone. By the way, one of my pet peeves, oh my god, is when someone gets smacked on the head, falls down unconscious, and then when they get back up, they're just mentally absolutely fine. Like there's zero confusion, or if there is, it's like 2 minutes of confusion and then they're awesome and they're just back to normal. Sometimes that can happen, mind you. It can happen, but it's not a thing that like happens a lot. Basically, if you get smacked on the head to the point that you're unconscious, often when you wake up, you'll not only be confused as you wake up, but you'll often there'll be like residual effects. Like you won't be quite as fast to react to things. You might struggle with working out your words. There's a whole heap of stuff that can go not quite wrong as such, just a bit screwy in that sort of situation. And it does bug me that it's so often treated as, you know, a knock on the head, you're fine afterwards. No, you get a severe knock on the head that knocks you unconscious, you're likely to have a traumatic brain injury after that. Like, it does some damage. Like, your brain is squishy. It is very squishy. Mine especially so. It struggles sometimes. But I love it. Which is handy because it's the only brain I have. So. Do I have music? What's going on here? I can't hear it. Oh no, it is. It's just very quiet. It was just a very quiet piece of music. It's alright. You might have noticed by now that I do like to have music on when I'm writing. Sometimes it's very, very quiet. If you ever want the music to be turned up, please say so. And I'll be happy to oblige, usually. Unless there's... I'm doing the neurodivergent thing, where everything has to be clarified. Because everything has to be taken 100% literally. It's okay. It's fun. I saw something on Tumblr recently which resonated so fucking much. Somebody saying, okay, so I used to see the criteria for being autistic and it would say, always takes things literally. And I thought, well, obviously I'm not autistic because I don't take everything literally. Like, some things I grasp as metaphor. And I went, that was just so incredibly me. Younger me. Oh my god. Anyway. So, Dash has met up with Morrigan and they've reached a village, right? Random village on... So, maybe I should have clarified a little. So Dash is a healer and he travels from village to village in like a circuit. Basically, the idea is that hopefully not too many people will get sick enough to need a healer while he's off somewhere else. And hopefully, you know, they'll be okay when he's not there. So this is something that used to happen a fair amount in medieval times. Like, we often get the idea that in medieval periods that people stayed in the town that they were born in and didn't leave it and died there. And that was no doubt true in some situations. But what we find when we look at historical references for that period is actually that people were on the move all the time. So there's something weird on my camera. Anyway, probably a dog hair. Always a dog hair. Always. Coffee. So, my brain is buffering again. So give it a few seconds and it will eventually come out with what I was trying to tell you. Maybe. Sometimes it just like clears the cache and then I'm screwed. And I have no idea what the fuck I was talking about. It's been known to happen. So, we can see that a lot of people, like in Europe and England, were actually quite mobile. So it might have just been, walking to the nearest town, which is slightly larger, on market day. Or it might have been larger because people used to go on pilgrimages. Like, pilgrimages were a big, big thing. Mostly in like basically the people who could afford to just wander off through. But the sort of jobs that people had in that period did often allow them to just down tools for a month and go, okay, I'm off. I'm off to, damn, I can't remember the name of any of the really popular pilgrimage spots, but there were heaps, and people used to do it all the time. So why am I telling you this? That's right, the whole Dash being an itinerant healer thing. And they also had a relatively large population of people who just kind of wandered. Not as much in England as other places, but you kind of expected to have travellers of various types wandering through even the littlest town relatively often. And this sort of scenario where the small towns don't have a healer of their own. They might have a midwife, but a midwife is often quite specialised. Because yes, they are a healer, but they do specialise in looking after women who are giving birth. Well, people who are giving birth. And looking after the pregnancy while it's happening. And advising on, what to eat and how to supplement your diet and that sort of thing as well. Wow, I am babbling a lot here. The general point is, Dash is on a circuit that he walks, but he's not on his regular circuit. This is Friend's circuit that he's taken over while she's recovering from measles. I think it was measles. Something like that. Measles we often think of as quite a benign childhood disease. It can be vicious at any age, but especially in this time period where complications wouldn't necessarily get picked up on until it was too late. And also, they didn't have that many ways of bringing down fevers and that sort of thing. So sometimes you'd be, there are reasons that people used to die from measles and, more importantly, if you die, I mean, yes, that's a complication, but they would suffer from complications from things like measles all of their lives afterwards. It was nasty. Like, it was a nasty disease to get. So yes. Dash and Morrigan have wandered into this village and a force has attacked. And it's a weird army made up of like humans and gnomes. And everyone in it is acting just a bit weird. Like, usually gnomes big. They're big with the with the digging and the like connection with the ground. Like they're pretty earth aligned. And so they help. Dash and Morrigan help to fight them off. Silverhand turns up on a griffin. Very dramatically, very showily, but also helpfully. And actually manages to drive some of them off. Anyway, they finish the fight, and this is basically the aftermath that I'm trying to write now. All right, I'm going to turn the music up and maybe stop blathering for just a little while. Just a bit. Mostly because I want more coffee. Damn. I need symptoms of shock. I don't know, that's even a medical diagnosis these days. Okay, it's not a but there's a pupil dilation thing that went with it. No? Google says no. Google would know. Enlarged pupils. Thank you, Mayo Clinic. Okay, Mayo Clinic. I think Mayo Clinic is reliable. Look, I don't need everything to be perfectly accurate because I can always say, well, it was hundreds of years ago in a land far, far away, and they don't have access to our level of medical knowledge. But where possible, I like to get things right. Alright, I just remembered. Alright, no, everything's good. Yay! Oh, I got paid royalties today. I made $7. This is from a few months ago. Amazon's payouts are quite delayed. $7. I could buy myself almost a block of chocolate. An entire block of chocolate if it's on sale, actually. Yay. Love that. This way. He's down. This way. Does it need to be warm? It's... I was going to say, but it's warm, and then I thought, hang on, Rowan, you are not writing a European-based fantasy. It's probably summer, and people are not going to want to be warm. Because summer in the Southern Hemisphere... No, that's not fair. I was going to say summer in the Southern Hemisphere is hot as fuck. Which is... can be true, but, like... I was saying that based solely on Australia, and that's silly, because there's a lot more to the Southern Hemisphere than Australia. Sometimes I manage to remember that. Getting messages from people, and I'm like, It's okay. You can just chill. You don't need to discuss every little thing to death. Alright, so I'll probably need to go on break around midday my time. Oh, that's not very... Alright, so I might need to go on hourly breaks pretty much. For a little bit. Just to sort out some stuff with adult children. And it's fine. It's fine. That's kind of awkward. I don't like that sentence at all. Ugh. Anyway, that's okay. Okay, so I'm having a bit of trouble with my transitions at the moment. And that's why I'm just like staring vaguely at the screen. I should know better though, because I can always just do this. Not that. do that and worry about it later. By the way, folks, if you're having trouble reading what's on screen, like if it's pixelating or anything like that for you, please do let me know. I might not be able to fix it, but I can at least have a go. But also, if you have any vision issues, so you can't read what's on screen anyway, but you'd like to be able to know what I'm doing, what I'm working on, please do get in touch and, let me know what the issue is and how if you've got any ideas for how I might be able to accommodate it. I can't promise that I will be able to accommodate anyone's issues. Issues is the wrong word. Anyway, I can't promise that I'll be able to accommodate you, but I can promise to have a go and see if I can find a solution. So yeah, I want to put that out there because I know, especially in this sort of format, sometimes the streams aren't going to be incredibly accessible to some people. And where possible, I'd like to alleviate that. Who doesn't know why So this, what I'm trying to achieve, is something that I've been putting into every chapter. And the main purpose of it is to help me to direct my writing of the chapter and editing of it later on. And to also kind of give me a feel for how purposeful each chapter is and where I need more. Like where it's feeling a bit thin and there's really not much point to a particular chapter. Like, I could have a scene that's, it might be very long and it might even be quite interesting. But if it doesn't have any purpose, then I need to stop and think about why I've got it in there. Not necessarily take it out, but think about it. Is it in there because I think it's pretty? Like, am I really loving this scene? Is that the only reason it's in there? Or is there another point to it? And look, it could just be making sure the reader has fun. It could just be a fun, light break between two heavy chapters. That is fine. Like, it doesn't have to be a very complicated reason for having a particular scene in a particular place. But it needs to not jolt the reader out of their immersion in the book. So I like to make sure that it fits. And so this is one, and that's one of the reasons that I'm doing this and what I'm trying to achieve. Outline. Oh, I am misusing words so badly. What have we got? I've got so many messages coming in. Why? Why does everyone choose? Why did they choose now? Always while I'm streaming, you know? Do people message me at other times? Probably, but I only really go, getting hundreds of messages when I'm streaming. Such is life. Group doesn't know why the army. It's not an army, but you know, they'll do. Fact. Neither does the mayor. So I need to add that bit in. Like I need to have some sort of, I need to have Dash having some sort of conversation with the mayor along those lines. Right now, that's not such a great idea. He's not going to try and get her talking about more complicated stuff because she's not coping as well as she seems. This is pretty common in people who have who are in positions of authority during traumatic events like this. Relatively common for them to keep going, keep pushing themselves, and not even quite realize that they're in shock and they're struggling, because part of the effect of shock can be to kind of take away that element of critical thinking about what you're doing. It's just gone, which can be a very helpful survival mechanism, and that's probably why we do it. So it can, like, it can be very useful. It's just also can be very problematic. Like a lot of things that we do instinctively, you know, there can be plus sides, there can be negative sides. Alright, so, okay. I did actually have in the outline for him to talk to the mayor afterwards, so that's good. I like this. This is an interesting point that I've added here. Oh, I hate when I do this and I suddenly go, oh, that actually kind of makes sense. It's not entirely clear to me at the moment whether there are many. There probably would be like gnome only, well, not gnome only, but gnome specific towns and settlements around the area. I have Dash walking into a village and kind of checking out the general feel, because he's a healer on his usual circuit. Everyone kind of knows him. You know, there might be new travelers in the area, you know, new people, but the core population know him and value his skills highly. So even if he's likely to experience well, speciesism, I guess, from the humans. There's the counterweight of this guy's important and we don't want to do without him. So do not drive him away and definitely don't hurt him. So I've already got that kind of feel for Dash going into a human village. And I think, therefore, if I've got that sense of gnomes are not necessarily safe around humans, then it probably makes sense to have gnomes in their own settlements, I think. Alright, give me a sec. I need to do something. Mute that tab. Yeah, I wandered off. Neither does the mayor. Okay. You know what? That's enough for now. No, it's not. Can't talk to attackers. There we go. By the way, folks, one of my mods, lovely, lovely mods, just came online, and she's playing Veilguard at the moment. So, if you're curious about the game or you love it with a passion, do check her out because Fairbear is lovely, and you'll have a great time. Right, I'm going to turn the music up a little while I type. Okay, quite a lot. Don't mind me, just struggling with what the fuck I'm doing. Alright. I need some other common war injuries. Damn, one of the problems with having no gods is that you don't have like a quick and easy shorthand for stuff like, you know, the temple. Damn. Alright folks, I just noticed there's an ad break in theory in process at the moment. While the ads are on, I think I might go on break and get some stuff done that I apparently desperately need to get done now, because people changing their plans is so much fun. I'm not grumpy. You're grumpy. Anyway, I'll be back in 5, maybe 10 minutes when I've got this stuff done. Thanks for sticking around, folks. See you soon. So folks, blah. That was a great re-intro. Thanks for hanging around through the break. I tried to say 2 things at once, and unfortunately my mouth is not set up for that to happen. Oh my god, imagine if it could be. Imagine if you could just say multiple things at once with multiple mouths. Love it. Also, kinda hate it. Because I know some people who would overuse that a lot. Give that one more thought. So, I was about to come off break. Sat down, typed in fish, because I wanted to fish. And I was about to hit the button, and then instead I reached for my coffee, realised my coffee wasn't there. Why was my coffee not there? Because I forgot to get it from the kitchen. That was it. I just forgot. So, mildly irritated at myself. But you know, that's kind of life. I think I'm green today. I'm kind of underwatery feel. That should work. Alright. So, now I have coffee. I have coffee. The important thing. Don't know what's happened with my music though. Seems to be struggling a little. What's going on, folks? Oh, it's just that song. That song that always gets me. I would hate this song, except I really, really like this song. Ah. So I forgot again to put in my word count. So, I think it was on 34,009 before this. I'm going to type in that, because this actually keeps track of your word count for the entire stream. Okay, and now I can type in what I've actually gotten to, which is, yeah, that does it. 510 feels about right for what I've done so far. I know it was just a smidge over 34,000. So, anyone can use this, by the way, folks. All you need to do is type exclamation word count update and then your current word count, and it'll set that value on your profile in my bot. So basically it just keeps track of metadata like word count. It does not, by the way, track anything else about you. So it's not tracking when you've been in stream or, you know, what your birthday is. It could though. That's right, because I am planning to let people put their birthdays in so they can get happy birthday on their birthday automatically. But my point is, it's not tracking any personal information that you don't very specifically give the bot. So if you just say something in chat, it's not going to get recorded. I just want to make that clear because I know privacy concerns are important, and I want to make sure people understand where the limits are in this stream. So 34,519. Ario, hello, how are you doing? Good time zone. Is it afternoon where you are, or is it evening? It'd have to be evening, right? No, just wait. Oreo. I'm confused. Never mind. Yeah. I just clicked which time zone you're in. And I went, no, that's not right, Rowan. Also, hi. As you can tell, in desperate need of coffee, which is not a big surprise. Time zones are hard. Especially... Excuse me, sir. Especially when you have a memory like mine. Which is... It tries. It tries its best. You know? It really does. So, Oreo muffins. By the way, one of the regulars in here keeps talking about a breakfast that they have pretty regularly. And it includes an Oreo croissant. And it sounds amazing. But also reminds me of you every time they say Oreo croissant. I'm like, Oreo muffins? No, Oreo croissant. Sounds so delicious, right? Like just that, and just imagine that creamy texture, creamy vanilla-y thing going on through it. Yum. Right, I want one, and I don't have one. A constant source of frustration. So, folks, if you are new in, by the way, something that you might like, might not, is the plot twist lucky dip. So if you're getting stuck for a what to do next in your fiction, you can try this out and see if it knocks loose any inspiration. And this is what it looks like. If anyone can make that plot twist work, I would love to read it. Love to read it. Sometimes they make more sense than that. Let's try another one. Also sounds like the source of massive blood sugar spikes, right? The character gets into a fight with their car and dissolves into a pile of goo. Yeah. Well, that would be a plot twist. Alrighty then. Your character crashes their evil twin and makes a new enemy. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Dissolving into a pile of goo. Interesting, yeah. After getting into a fight with their car. Is it a transformer? Nobody knows. Maybe it's a Tesla. I'm still laughing at that plot twist. Yeah. As you can tell, they are automated. And automated in the sense of they're random. That's what I was trying to say. They are very randomized. It is unhinged. And I've got to admit, I was kind of aiming for unhinged. Not so much because they're going to make a great actual plot twists in books, but sometimes you just need something utterly ridiculous to spark creativity, you know? Spot on then. Thanks. Your character is revealed to be their car and moves to New York. I especially like that in concert with the previous one. So my bot is very, very focused on cars right now, clearly. But they get into a fight with themselves, apparently, and dissolve into a pile of goo in New York? What? I've got to admit, when we talked about AI taking over the world, this is not how I thought it would go. My character's basically lightning the Queen with an obsession. Ridiculously high-priced housing. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Good luck finding a garage in New York. Like accommodation with a garage. That's oof. I could be wrong, but I am assuming that that would be difficult. I've watched oh my god. So I live in Sydney, which has the housing prices, the rental prices here have skyrocketed since I moved here. And they were expensive to start off with. But they are really ridiculous at the moment. And I've been watching some of these New York real estate videos, you know, like people going and checking out available places. And kind of nodding along and going, yeah, actually that doesn't seem so bad. And then going, oh my god, gotten to that point. I'm like, 2-bedroom place in Brooklyn for, I don't know what it was, like $3,000 a month or something. Going, that's really good. Just, I don't know. Kind of scary when you look at real estate in New York and go, yeah, maybe I should move to New York. Not going to move to New York, by the way. No offense to the Americans in chat. Love you all. Don't want to live there. Mind you, I would love to live in multiple places for like 6 months at a time, just to, you know, get a nice feel for a place. But that's not exactly on the cards just yet. Alright, I need to work, so I'll be lurking. Awesome. Alright, thanks for the lurk, Oreo. Appreciate it. And hope the work goes well. And doesn't drain your very soul. You know? It's good. Take care. And thanks for dropping in. Serena, oh my god, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it so much. 4 months. Yikes. Also, huh. Serena's been subscribed for 1 month. Okay, something's gone a bit dodgy with my auto alerts. Not a huge surprise. New? Nah, I'm old. Welcome in, Serena. Good to see you. How's life? Treating you good? Oh, I can make that into a planter. Okay, still job hunting. How's the job hunting going? Are you fine? Like, is it going okay? I know it can get really frustrating at times, eh? Terrible. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Yeah, I don't know about anywhere else, but I know in Australia it's really weird as far as hiring and stuff goes at the moment. Just, yeah. With 45 in charge, science went bottoms up again. Yeah, I can imagine that causing a lot of flow through damage. Well, good luck, and I hope you find something that's stable and reliable. I'm trying to break back into retail management. Yeah, okay. That sounds smart. I did 15 years. Oof. Yeah, well, sometimes you got to fall back on the old reliable that you hate. I twitch. Feel you. Yeah. Well, hope it goes well though. And I hope you find somewhere nice. You know? That was my week. Kind of frustrating, frankly. I had a number of clients booked for February, and most of them kind of dipped on me, which is very irritating. But I'm hoping. No, I am expecting March to go a lot better. Got a couple of things lined up, and I think they'll actually come through. And then if my clients decide to actually pay me, life will be good. You know? Just slightly stressful in the meantime. You know? That stinks. Paying. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. Also, clients who really follow through with the projects that they asked you to be available for. That'd be nice. I'm going to start charging them. Just checking my messages. People are silly. Yeah, follow through. Follow through is nice, isn't it? I realise I'm not always the best at follow through, mind you. To be fair. But I'm still just a little grumpy this. Come on. I was about to type, I said shortly. Dash is a gnome. It's very short. It's giving breasted boobly, you know? Yeah, maybe not. Therefore, I need a thesaurus. Why do I always struggle with the word thesaurus? Shortly. Abruptly. Like... brusquely. Brusquely sounds better. I like brusquely. Okay. That works. I'm happy again. It's understandable. Many people do. Yeah, they do. I was looking at what you're saying, Serena, and going, what? All right, and then just had to like follow the neural pathway back long enough to get to what I'd been saying like 5 minutes ago. Probably wasn't even 5 minutes ago. If it's more than 5 seconds, I might have zero clue what I was saying or what I said. Yeah. You know what? I think I can just snap. Ah, many people struggle with thesaurus. Good. Yes, that does make me feel better, actually, because it's not really that weird a word to struggle with, I don't think, because the th and the s sound, they're just... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. My brain isn't so much buffering at this point as it's as stuttering a little, I find. Yeah. Ah, that's alright. As long as I can still actually write, it's all good. Checked his eyes. No, Alright, so this is a little tricky. Because I always struggle with this just a little because I watch way too much Grey's Anatomy and other medical shows for that matter. And also I have spent over the last 10 years far too much time in hospital. At hospitals, I should say. Most of them I wasn't actually the patient. I was actually just keeping someone else company. But sorry, my point is that the every time I'm writing something like this, where Dash is healing, my initial... what I want to do subconsciously is write it the way I'm used to hearing it, which is quite medical terms. So, you know, he's got a head lack, laceration, what would be, his pupil is dilated, non-responsive, that sort of thing. Dash might be a healer, but he's probably not going to use that sort of jargon for a couple of reasons. One, because of the time period that's set in, and two, because the training that healers go through is more... I've set it more at a level of, say, post-Renaissance or probably Enlightenment period England. No, sorry. Let me re-say that. Enlightenment Europe. So, with a bit of an understanding of the concept of germs, and that's, well, no. Let me rephrase. Good concepts of hygiene in particular. And that's not that unrealistic because even back in medieval period, midwives, for example, had a pretty good idea of hygiene. Not fantastic by modern standards, but for that time period, pretty decent. The problem that tended to occur, and when maternal mortality rates apparently went skyrocketed, was when the doctors started taking over from midwives, because the doctors had to be male, like female doctors were not acceptable, and often they were university educated. Obviously we're talking post-medieval period by this point. Often they had some sort of well, they had decent education, put it that way. And so they were often considered better than the midwives because, they had all this training and they were men, and therefore, they had to be more competent. Fortunately, they didn't have the long history of figuring out what works and what doesn't that the midwives had. And so they tended to go purely on scientific principle and scientific method, which would have been fine, except they didn't really know that much at that point. And so they would do things like autopsy a corpse to find out how they died, and then go straight to a woman giving birth and stick hands in places without washing their hands at all. Because why would you do that? Yeah. Midwives, on the other hand, would have washed their hands because they were working from like millennia of knowledge and experience passed down that said washing your hands helps. People might not have known why, but they knew that it seemed to help. What was my point in all that? That's right. So I've been struggling a little with just pulling back a bit and making the descriptions that Dash is giving seem a little less medical. And this has a couple of benefits. Partly the reader doesn't have to know the medical lingo to understand what's going on. But also it helps the writing to feel less modern. It's just the lack of modern, well, not even that. Give me a sec. I got myself caught up in a logic loop again. You're wondering whether I am actually an AI? I've got to tell you, I've wondered occasionally, except, as I keep saying, the AIs that we see today, they have the A, the artificial, but they do not yet have the I. They're just artificial. They're not intelligent yet. They might be someday. I'm not saying it can't happen or it won't happen, but it's yeah. Not even artificial intelligence. It's just artifice. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Ugh. A sudden sneeze. Is there another one coming? I hate these sort of sneezes. You know, the ones where you can't quite tell whether you're going to sneeze again or not. There's just a little bit of tickling. A little bit of tickling going on, and here we go. Alrighty. Yes, there was another one coming. Oh, hopefully there's not just a sneezing fit about to start. That would be irritating. No, I think I'm good. Oh, I got my smoke alarm replaced yesterday. So, in most of Australia, possibly all of Australia, it's regulated by state, which can make it difficult. Anyway, in New South Wales, real estate or landlords have to provide smoke alarms. Has to be at least one in each rental property, which is probably ridiculously under the amount that you actually need. But anyway, it has to be at least one. And they do need to provide maintenance services for it. Yes. So, the guy came yesterday to check the smoke alarm and kind of went, has it been beeping? I went, and he went, huh. I'm like, please don't do that thing that the last guy did where he went, oh, this hasn't been working for 5 months or something. This probably hasn't worked for months. Yeah. He replaced it. He went, I don't know why they use these cheap ones. So I'll give you a different one. But he didn't say it hadn't been working, but that was the implication I got. And I'm like, fuck. This is not good. If my house starts to burn down, I'm going to have to rely on the neighbours to have decent smoke alarms at this rate. I might have to put my own up. I don't know. All they're supposed to do, basically, the smoke alarm maintenance people, all they theoretically should have to do is wander in, have a look, check that it's actually working, change the battery, and then wander back out. Like, it shouldn't be this complicated. They shouldn't be needing to replace it every year. Perturbing. I'm not happy. Alright, so might turn the music up a bit because I might be done yapping for a little bit. Maybe. You know what I'm like? If I turn the music up, I probably start yapping again. Sometimes I don't. I really do like this. What is this? Funtown. Okay. Damn it. My fingers really want that to be a full stop. Maybe. Maybe they're correct. So Dash uses, as a monk, uses energy healing at times. He doesn't do it all the time because it's physically draining and mentally kind of draining as well. And I actually based his technique on meditation techniques that I learned years ago. With the use of light, and I think it's has a lot of commonality with Reiki and how practitioners of Reiki work, where the idea is that you pull in light, you kind of cleanse yourself first, and then you pull light into your hands and lay your hands on someone and push that light into them to help them to heal. Yeah. And I know some of you are probably listening and going, well, that sounds incredibly woo. And yes, it is incredibly woo. But that said, some of these, a lot of these old techniques, they've been around for centuries or more because people found them useful in some sense. In some sense, they work. Not in the sense of, magically healing, healing up a gash in this world. Like in our reality, there's very little chance you would ever manage to do that through energy healing. But it can be just as simple as a heated touch, providing soothing effect on a certain area of someone's body, and helping them to focus on that area. Maybe causes other physiological changes. There's research that one of my siblings was talking about recently, actually, that showed for people with stuff like fibromyalgia, sometimes simply focusing on the body part that's currently hurting, focusing on it really intently in a very specific way, can actually help decrease pain. Don't know how it works, but that's okay. So anyway, in this universe though, it's a little more it's a little more the classic, monks heal through energy, and it all tried not to make it too magical, but at the same time it's still got that tinge of magic throughout. A lot more reliable, put it that way. What I have not done for a little while is check my word count and update it. 34774. Okay. times 34. Yay! Oh, I love being able to work I love being able to update my word count. So there's this area down here that I'm thinking at some point I'll have like a scrolling list of word counts for people in chat. So basically, if you add your word count, it'll just give a scrolling update of what people's word counts are. Because I think that would be cool. I like that idea. Huh. I just noticed there was an ad break going. So if you got caught up in that, my apologies. I did not even notice. But on the other hand, my bot does notice because my bot is awesome and I love it so much. If you're a streamer, by the way, and you are looking for a bot, Firebot is a local bot and it's amazing. I love it so much. So one of my problem areas as a writer tends to be description. I do not describe things or people very much at all. Like, you are lucky to know what race they are, what color their skin is, and what color their hair is. Like, if you get all that, it's been a good day. If somebody walks into a building, like through the door, I mean, not just like collides with a face first. Come on, brain. Focus. Yeah, if somebody walks into a room, will you get any idea of what the room looks like? Maybe. If I've gone back and edited, sure. But in my first draft, the chances are Buckley's a none. Although, no, that said, I do have a description of a tavern in this fic already. In this novel. So, maybe over-exaggerating a smidge. But only a smidge because, seriously, it's an issue. My fiction tends to be very, very dialogue heavy, which I like. And I think it kind of works well a lot of the time because it's the interpersonal relationships that will often provide the interest and the spirit of a book, I think. But it's also nice to be able to, you know, picture what's going on in your head. So I get it. And I'm trying to get better. But I don't really have to worry about that much at this point. Like, that's a probably second round of editing problem. like, oh, this needs a description here and here and here and here. We'll go through and add them. So if you haven't been in chat for a while, actually, there's a couple of things that you might not be aware of. So, channel point redeems available. There is the classic Insult Me Please, which will give you a Shakespearean insult randomly generated. I'm a big fan of the random generations.
Thou frumpish, cocket, owl annoying buffoon.
Well, that was mean. How rude. Anyway, there is also the tarot cards. And I have the entire deck in, but I do not yet have the descriptions for all of the cards. I've only got less than half of them in. So, still working on that. So you can draw a tarot card. Ah! Nice! One that I have actually put a description in for. You drew Ace of Wands, new passion and initiative, finding inspiration or starting a new project. I am supposed to be starting a new project next week. I like that. Alright, I was hoping to get a response from a client about a meeting this afternoon, but apparently we're not doing that, so that's right. She'll be right, it's fine. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh. Ow, 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 ow. Ooh, that hurt. Oh. Okay. My shoulders decided to be a cunt. Mind me just injuring myself on stream by stretching. This is what happens, folks, when you get older. Your body just starts doing this sort of shit. Like, you're stretching? How dare you? I don't like to stretch. Yeah. I was going to check something, but I can't remember what I was checking. This happens every now and then, folks. Ugh. Alright, turning music up because I'm not chatting very much, am I? Oh, I just got excited because I saw a bank deposit come in. I was like, ah! Client decided to pay me! Thank fuck! And it was 32 cents. So Amazon pays per Amazon store, and Amazon have a whole range of stores in different areas of the world. And so when they decide to pay royalties, it can come in the most ridiculous amounts, and it's funny, but it's like, oh yeah, I got 32 cents. I'm so happy. What the, yeah, Serena, it's so that would have been for one sale of probably, well, it would be one of the Deadish books, I'd guess, in somewhere like, I don't know, India or something like that. I try to price my ebooks. It doesn't matter so much now because I've got most of them quite low priced anyway. But generally speaking, I try to price my ebooks lower in places that are socio-economically disadvantaged. So I think it's generally people just refer to the global south when they're talking about places that don't have much economic power. Why was I explaining that? Because of the 32 cents, yeah. It would have been too... Well, frankly, if I had been setting the price, if I could set all the prices the way I wanted, then yeah, there'd probably be a couple in place, you know. I am just babbling now. Wow. You ever get to that point where you're just talking away and then you go, just stop, dude. Just, you're done. Um, displacement. Ha! I came up with the word I needed. I'm feeling so good right now. Oops. Damn it. Oh, neck is getting really, really tense. And I'm not entirely sure why. My posture isn't horrendous. I'm not saying it's great, mind you. I'm just saying it's not horrendous. Ugh. There. That might be better. Hopefully. It is open. Oh! I just noticed. I just got over 35k. I'm so happy about that. I'm gonna do a word count update. I'm so happy. Because my stream title for the last 2 days has been, can I hit 35k words tonight? I actually hit it. But also because the last couple of writing streams that I've done have been very structure focused. so there hasn't always been a lot actually going on. Sorry folks, give me a sec. There is a person who is meant to be here, causing noise at the moment. And Nixie is very, very excited because she hasn't seen them for so long. So long. And there you go. Okay, sorry folks, I just noticed that word wasn't showing up on screen for some reason. I'm not sure why that was. Weird smell. I don't know that I like that phrasing. Why am I suddenly underlining? Ugh, that is a horrendous sentence and I hate it. But you know what? It's fine. It'll do. Also, welcome in. Hello. But keep in mind, I am on stream. Aw. My adult child. Not my teenager. My ex-teenager. Ex-teenager sounds bad. Sounds like he died. Anyway, there's a present for me. Where the hell did you get this? It's coffee and alcohol. Sorry?
I also add that. Where on earth did he get it?
So it came through your dad. Nice. Thank you.
Like it. My dad didn't like it. No one else liked it, so.
Coffee and it's alcohol. That's a good present, says Chad. Thank you. I'm so happy. Actually. I gotta try some. Damn it. I've got coffee left. That is the first time you have ever heard those words out of my mouth.
Yes, it is.
That's the first time my 18-year-old has heard those words out of my mouth. So. Just a little, because it's not even 2 p.m. here. But that's enough time for, like, the sun to be over... What does the sun being over the Yardam actually mean, by the way? I take it to mean after midday. Probably because I want it to mean that. Why am I taking 200-year-old sailor's advice on when to drink? I don't know. Come to think of it, that's kind of silly. Oh, that's nice. Why does it have cock written on? No, it doesn't. Look at this. Oh my god. I'll show you in a sec. Like that looks like cock. Except it's not. It's just decoration. Look at it.
Yeah.
Seriously, you can't see how I read that as cock?
No. You must be seeing things.
Handpicked cock. The very best kind. Yeah. Thank you. I'm getting a shake of the head. Okay, gutter-minded people are the best. Well, I mean, you are in this stream, so yeah. Like calls to like. Anyway, hi. Welcome in. Your bed's mostly clean. You just need to make it.
Because
Please.
it's not that. It was as simple as just saying, screw you, and there's all this resetting.
Okay, good. Alright, so, folks, where was I? I don't know. Ah, that's right. Silverhand turning up. It's time for more indirect flirtation. Indirect? I don't know that Silverhand actually does indirect. He's pretty fucking direct. Oh my god, this is really cool. It's like coffee infused vodka instead of whiskey, I think. I'm just looking and I can't actually see. Pretty sure I've come across Mr. Black before and talked to them, and they use vodka. So Mr. Black is an Australian company, as far as I'm aware. I think they're based in Melbourne, but I could be wrong there as well. Been a while. So every year I go to this thing called the Food and Wine Show. Good Food and Wine Show. And it is. Imagine a pavilion filled with alcohol and some food vendors. But you pay an entry price to get in. And then the entire day you are free to wander around all the booths, talk to the people on the booths, and try their products. So you get little samples every time, unless you go to the wine sections, which they're just like, yeah, here you go. Yep, have more. I have never made it through the Barossa section without having a rest halfway through. Anyway, so it's just basically a day of tasting. Like tasting wines, tasting spirits, tasting little snacky things, and buying a lot of them as well. So I usually have a system because I've been going to these things for years. I tend to struggle sometimes with energy levels and that sort of thing. So I have to plan my outings really carefully. And the Good Food and Wine Show is something that I know I can do with some planning. But it's just great because I took my partner at the time to one, and he was like, yeah, I suppose I'm not a big fan of alcohol, but you know, I don't mind getting drunk occasionally. And took him around to a few different booths. And then he had this light bulb moment after a couple of hours, and he went, oh, you just get a little bit drunk and then you stay a little bit drunk the entire time. So you're just wandering around buzzed the entire time, right? And I went, yes, that is the purpose of the Good Food and Wine Show. Just a little bit. He went, oh, I get it now. And he had so much fun. It was awesome. It really is a really fun show. I would assume like other countries have similar stuff, but I don't know. But it is definitely, even if I'm having a terrible year, that's my yearly treat. Oh, I don't know whether to be woken up by that coffee stuff or we having a bit of both at the moment. That's great. Just from a tiny little amount. My body tends to react unreliably to alcohol, which makes life interesting at times. Morrigan should be in here as well. Keep forgetting about Morrigan. Poor woman. She exits my brain as soon as the romance hits my head. That's what it is. can't remember if I have them drinking beer or ale. I mean, ale is beer. So I guess that works. You can make beer with substances other than wheat, by the way. Most people use wheat, if I understand correctly, but it is possible to use like millet or something like that, which is why it's acceptable to have beer and no wheat. Fruit beers exist. Huh. So made entirely out of fruit or just as an addition? Huh. Because like I've come across like raspberry beer, and that's got raspberry within it. Lindeman's peach beer. Yeah, okay. Don't know it. Huh. Interesting though. Yeah, it's a lot of fermentation though is just dependent on having enough sugar and enough yeast and enough water to kind of combine and do their thing. And you finish up with alcohol of some description at least. Lindemans are the only beers I like. I hate wheat beer. Huh. Okay, cool. Love it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of lager, but I like ale. I have been known to drink lagers, but something about it just sits wrong. I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Her face was lower face. Oh. Alright, this is going. At least it's going. I'm happy about that. It's going a bit longer than I expected, but realistically, like, this is... something like this is a long process. I might finish up, actually, editing out some of the detail. Often when I find something I'm writing feels long, frankly, often I read it back and go, no, that needs a bit more detail. But editing out detail is not, you know, not the end of the world. It just kind of feels like it when I'm trying to hit a word count target. Speaking of which, what is my word count? 3 to 8. I need a progress meter for myself as well. Oh, well, that could be interesting because I'm beyond the target now. I just really, really wanted to get to 35,000. I don't know why. Like, why does it matter? It's so fucking arbitrary. Hello, Raiders! Welcome in! Winter, how are you? How is life? How was your stream? Folks, welcome in. If you don't know me, my name is Rowan. I'm a professional writer. I'm currently working on a project of mine called Love on a Lutestring. It's a romantasy adventure book with heavy on the romance, and frankly it's probably going to be pretty heavy on the smut as well, just so you're aware what you've wandered into. You've never been here when we were finishing up before, so I brought folks over for a cozy literary space. Awesome, thank you so much. Winter, I really appreciate it. So how'd your stream go? That gets a follow. Thanks for the follow, Stella. I appreciate it. Also, thanks for that other follow. I do try to do anonymous follows just because sometimes I'm in a lurky kind of mood and I don't like feeling obliged to talk. Yeah. We did exhale a lot with some very silly gameplay and hijinks. Nice! That sounds amazing. Winter. Oh my god, all the followers! I can't keep up. Thank you so much, folks. We robbed a train in the game, which, you know, we wish we could... Right? Fellow Aussie. Lady Valkyrie, welcome in. Also, awesome to see another Aussie here. Alright, let me just... Wow, okay, so I'm a little overwhelmed with all the follows. I wish I could rob a train in meat space. Right? Yeah. I mean, I guess it wouldn't really be as lucrative as it would have been back in the day. Maybe rob a plane. Maybe that's the problem. I mean, when you think about it, what would you need for a plane heist as opposed to a train heist? So you could either go after the plane on the ground and you'd need baggage handlers on board. Shouldn't be too hard. They're pretty badly paid. What else would you need? One of those, you'd have to hijack one of those little little vehicles, like the mini trucks that they go around in. And then you need a way to get out of the airport. But you could use drones to get the loot out of the airport, unless they have anti-drone tech around their airspace, which, if they're sensible, they do, but those cost money. So a drone would still be possible, especially if it just is a bit more advanced, has like stealthing tech, or actually can function without wireless communication, because most of the anti-drone tech just basically works by jamming their wireless communication. We understand Aussie culture here. Let's just throw a shrimp on the barbie. Just say no to presidents who shut themselves outside a Macca in the 90s. Bathers, undies, etc. Yeah, that's fair. But also just use a BB gun on one. True. Yes. Whoops. Okay, so someone, yeah, okay. You just ran afoul of the lull ban. See, we're legit. I kind of love getting hit with throw another shrimp on the barbie, because it's so old school now. That comes from an ad campaign. Wasn't it back in the 80s with, what's his face? Crocodile Dundee guy. B, hello, welcome in. How are you? Don't stress about it. Everybody gets hit with deletions every now and then. It's like, my bot doesn't take offense to very much, but when it does, it just deletes. But no, I've got lull blocked, and I have a few words around mental illness and Paul Hogan. Thank you, Lady Valkyrie. Appreciate it. Also winter. Sorry, took me a while. Damn, I lost my train of thought, which was not hard. Derailed, and is plunging down the embankment. So now you need to loot it before it bursts into flame. You blocked Paul Hogan, you want to say? Thanks, Winter. I blocked Winter. Yes, that's right. So words around mental health, mental illness, and neurodivergence, and other disabilities. So it's basically words that have been used against people who are disabled and people with mental illnesses. So yeah, but if you run across, if your message gets deleted because of one of those things, don't stress. People aren't sitting here in judgment. Well, I definitely am not. Like, it's not something to worry about. It's just I like to try and keep this chat as safe as possible for as many people as possible. See? Like that. You did that deliberately. Alright. Yes, it was winter. Deep Irwin? Paul Hogan, yeah. I just gave you guys an example. Yeah, because like B knows them all, because B is usually the one getting their messages deleted like crazy. I'm a little silly. And adorable. Yeah. Best orange cat ever. I'm good. It was just watching Bluey with my mates Pan and Maggie. Nice! Chilling on Minecraft. Love it, B. Sorry, it's taken me a while to catch up on chat because it's actually pumping. It was pretty quiet before that. I am not an orange cat. A joke. Everyone's always accusing poor B of being an orange cat. Sounds like something an orange cat would say. Wow, we really poking the bear today, aren't we? Excuse me? No, Nixie. Do you want to come up and say hello? Is that your problem? Yeah? Just wait. Give me a sec. Okay? Yeah? Okay. So, folks, this is Nixie. My puppy. Ugh, come on. Camera. Focus. Yo, hello. You cute. Yes. So Nixie is 11 years old. And she's a bit of a doofus. Aren't you? Yes, you are. You are. Okay, off you go, please. Good girl. You shouldn't be standing on her hind legs for very long. But she really likes to come up and say hello to everyone. Hello! Yes, Nixie managed to damn near kill herself last weekend. She is fine now. She's fine. She's been to the vet. She's been sorted. But you guys, she gave me a fright. Was that this week? Last weekend? I don't know. I don't know, and I don't want to know anymore. It's just time is a stream. It's all. I was going to say downriver. Downstream. Tomorrow I get my late birthday celebrations with IRLs. Is that good, B? I hope it's time is a thing. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. She was a doofus. She is frequently a doofus, frankly. But you know. Kind of the nature of pets to be a bit of a doofus at times. So, the story so far is we're not very far into the story at the moment, but Dash is a healer and he travels around a circuit, basically from village to village, offering healing services. I hope it's good. It's costume party. And one of my workmates told me he's going to dress up as Jesus. All you need now is for someone else to dress up as a llama and you're set. Perfect birthday party. One of my friends is going to play in Stars in Time tomorrow. I'm betting $5 that they're going to start shouting. I don't know what Stars in Time is, but that is hilarious. Yes. Okay. So Dash is a healer. He travels around from village to village. He's currently got he's currently got one person with him, Morrigan, who was waylaid outside town by a group of people who are acting kind of weird. And they knocked her out, just basically left her for dead and forgot about her and wandered off. Today they're in another village and it's been attacked by a group of people who almost manage to take it over, but they're eventually repelled. A lot of them run away. Some of them died. A couple of them are basically lying in front of Dash right now. And what else? And also Silverhand the Bard is there. And Silverhand is so far he's been a bit of a dick, but kind of amusing. You know, he's that kind of character. He's a bard. He's basically a bard. That game will make you say what the fuck several times. By the way, you can mostly swear in this chat. You might occasionally get auto-modded. There's not much I can do about that. But if you want to say rude words, you can go for it. I will definitely not object. Yeah, I can say words like I have interesting priorities, but I like them. I don't know what I'm dressing up as. One of my friends suggested Cedric. Or a fairy, or evil twink cat boy. Evil twink fairy sounds good. I'm just imagining you as like evil bee. That could be amazing. Oh dear, time for questioning. I'm insane. Bee. Bee, my darling. I can also dress like a bee. Yeah, I mean that definitely works. But then you might have to behave. You don't want to do that. That was terrible. That was terrible wordplay. So obvious. But you know, I stick by it. I am old enough now that I'm allowed to be making dad jokes. I mean, that could be a fun character to play. Yeah. No, I lost it. I just want to slay, live my evil twink dreams. Right. I'm not sure what an evil twink bee would actually look like, but that's kind of... that's living in my head rent-free at the moment. And probably will for days. You will slay though. Whatever you pick, you'll slay. I know it. Have fun with that mental image. I always do. Always. Barry B. Benson got nothing on me. Buzz buzz. Okay. My brain just came up with Buzz Lightyear. I'm sure that's been done before. Like Buzz Lightyear, but like bee-coloured. That's just sad. Might request someone to draw it, actually. Yes. Would... What do evil bees look like? Like, a lot of people would just default to wasp. But I'm not sure that that's such a great idea. Like, I think you can have evil bees that aren't wasps. That's my cue to leave. Awful puns. Awful. Oh no. I have driven bee away with my terrible, terrible wordplay. My heart cannot stand this. Shoot, now I gotta see if my artist friends are doing commissions. See, the inspiration that you'll find on this channel. Oh my god, I didn't tell you all. Okay, so there are some channel point redeems that you may or may not be interested in, especially if you're writer types. So, for example, we have draw a tarot card. This is not quite finished yet. Like that. Creation and desire, manifesting what a person wants through willpower. Oh my god, that is so appropriate to my life right now. Yikes. Anyways, I've got to get ready for bed. We'll definitely be mentioning that art idea to someone awesome. Alright, well take care, Stella. I hope you have an amazing night, and thanks for coming through with the raid. Appreciate you. Always nice to meet new folk. I mainly know the major arcana from Persona 5. Yep. Nice. I love that people are drawing so many ones that I've already written a description for. Love it. What else is there? That's right. So, you can also be insulted by my bot. Because why would you not want to be insulted by my bot?
Thy nose displeaseth me greatly. It hath the appearance of a parrot's pizzle.
Wow. Okay. And the other thing you can get is, where is it? If you're feeling a little bit blocked, a little bit
Thou forlorn, surly, eel
you know.
tickling rampalion.
Thou forlorn, surly, eel-tickling rampellion. I think that's how you pronounce it. I don't know. Maybe the way the bot... I mean, maybe the way the AI put it. Whatever. Blah. Anyway, getting very, very tongue-tied at the moment. I should have a channel point redeem where I just insult my chat. You should. Yeah. If you need some help. I'm sure you don't, but if you do need some help, give me a yell. So the other thing, if you're feeling a bit stuck in your fiction and you need some inspiration on what to do or what not to do next, you can get a plot twist lucky dip. Your character plays with a tribe of possums and gets superpower. Okay, that's actually one of the least unhinged ones that I've seen today. We got some good ones earlier. Well, good in the sense of completely, like, what the fuck. Very, very what the fuck. Oh, for crying out loud. My email has decided to sign me out. And I need to be able to check it, just in case. Someone redeemed Spread the Love, and I said, hey chat, take care of yourself, someone cares about you. Somebody does. That somebody is not me. Oh, that's so lovely, Bee. Oh, that's so sweet. Somebody cares about you. Don't know who the fuck it is, but somebody does. Were you having a great day? No parasocial relationships going on in my chat. It was literally last night when I was losing my mind again. Oh, that response is just amazing. Alright, so I just need to sign into my email. I'm basically keeping an eye out for emails from clients. Possibly one going, why the hell are you sending me invoice reminders? Which I would be replying, well, that's because you didn't pay. Remember? Come on, come on, I've got work to do. Nixie just flopped onto her bed, just to make a point, I think. Alright. So, moral of the story is, no, I have not gotten any extra email. maybe everyone will be back at work and actually functional on Monday. I reckon that's probably what's going to happen. Okay, so, funny that the current song is Pirates Town when I'm chilling on Once Upon a Simpy with Pan. I love it. Appropriate music for... Actually, I'm not sure how many occasions this would actually be appropriate for us. Yeah, okay, maybe not. Oh, I need to rearrange my legs. I'm gonna disturb this motherfucker from his building. Thanks for the look, B. Have fun. Okay. This wording is terrible, but you know what? I'll fix it later. I love my friend so much. Everybody loves B. Oh my gosh. Maybe I could just say Armgash for now. That sounds a little better. I feel like maybe I've hit that point that I'm going to be like staring at the screen a lot and wondering what the fuck I'm doing. Definitely feels like that sort of point. Maybe I need more coffee. No, I don't think I do. I've had 3 coffees today. That's probably enough for now. Damn. I know you're not supposed to... Not in Java. Right. I'm very tempted. Although, I've got to admit, I'm tempted by that coffee liqueur as well. It's good. I'm liking it. I'm very much appreciating that the other people it was offered to did not like it. I'm not proud. I will take coffee alcohol. Oh, Patron used to do a coffee tequila. And it was basically just espresso and tequila together. Holy fuck, it was amazing. I loved it so much. So much. Yeah, it was so good. But that hasn't been available for years. Oh, no. Somebody brought it back. It was back in as limited edition relatively recently, actually, because I remember mentioning it probably last year, and someone went, "Oh, I saw that," and I went, "Bastard." I couldn't afford it at the moment anyway. But oh, I miss coffee Patron. It's vicious as fuck. But, oh, so good. That's right. I was talking about. I know you're not supposed to pour alcohol on wounds like this, but I'm not sure. First aid on deep cut. Let's have a look. Let me change this to bush first aid. That'll help get the message. Scrub and irritate. How? Yeah, irrigate. Warm water and gentle soak. Yeah. So one of the main things that tended to kill people in this time period, again in Europe, but still, was not getting hit by a weapon with an edge on it. Like sometimes, yes, people obviously would get stabbed or, you know, smacked over the head with a great axe and, you know, die immediately. That sort of thing did happen, mind you. Good old King Harold getting speared through the eye with an arrow comes to mind. But a lot of the time, what would actually kill you is infection in the wound. And that's partly just because swords aren't surgical implements. You know, they've got they could have all sorts of crap all over them. Sure, they're cleaned after every use, but, well, in theory anyway. But that's not like a surgical cleaning. That's just get the blood off and make sure it doesn't rust. Like, it's focused on no rust, not no bacteria. So you tended to find a lot of bacteria on swords, which means as soon as you cut someone with one, it was just transferring all of that bacteria into the cut. So you could have a relatively minor battle injury and die from it, just very slowly and painfully. So I'm looking for ways that people might have cleaned that. No, I'm not looking for period accurate ways of cleaning wounds, because I know at best you had alcohol, just wash alcohol over it. Which is fine, they're in the tavern, so we can do that. But you know what I didn't have him do? I did not have him wash his hands. Dash has not washed his hands. Crap. Minor detail. Just it's teeny tiny point. Wash your frickin' hands before you start healing people. So, lye soap is lye is a heavily alkaline, if I remember correctly, substance that has been used for millennia to create a soap substance. Because basically a soap in one form is just something that will use your skin oils and react to them and make a lather. And that's basically how soap cleans your hands, is it takes away some of the oil and creates a lather, and then it can be washed away with water, because the water molecules will stick to the fat net. Anyway, it's very, very alkaline, and it will tend to cause quite a bit of damage to your skin if it gets on your skin undiluted. Generally, to make soap, what they did was they combined that lye with some sort of fat. So it might be animal fat, it might be like coconut oil or something, and that could actually work for this world because they'll have coconuts. But anyway, some sort of fat to produce a substance that will still strip the fat from the oils from your skin, but will also kind of add them back in at the same time. So it's not so intense. But yeah, like usually people would use harsher soaps for stuff like washing dishes or washing clothes than they would for themselves, like for the body. But some people would just use lye soap for everything. And may I point out, I don't always get things 100% correct. So, like, if you've got extra detail to add to that, or I'm actually plain wrong, please feel free. Alright, I'm actually thinking that going on break for a little while might not be a terrible idea. Been going for 3.5 hours and had one break. But I think I've been going for like, 2 hours with that one. So maybe it's going to be sensible. And I know, huge shock, Rowan actually being sensible. What can I say? It's just a weird kind of day. Okay, yes. I'm gonna head off on break. It'll probably just be like 5 minutes or so, I reckon. And I'm gonna stretch, I'm gonna have something to eat, and I'm gonna refill my water bottle. And those are the important things I need to do before I get back. And I'm saying that to remind myself because you guys. Alright folks, take care. You'll be able to fish or listen to my wonderful, wonderful music choices while I'm on break. Take care. See you very soon. folks. Managed to make it through the break. Oh. I think one of my ears popped. My voice sounds really, really strange in my ears at the moment. Ah, it is weird. What was I doing? I don't remember. I do not remember at all. I know. You're shocked and amazed to hear that. That's okay. Everything's going to be all right. Eventually. Right. So, that's right. I was talking about lye soap for some reason. Okay, so, by the way, I should update my word count. Oh! Have I shown you all this since you're 18? I don't remember. So, I have a word count command that anyone can use, and it tracks your word count throughout the stream. So, if you happen to be working on something at the moment, you can type in, what was it? 390. You can type in exclamation, word count, space, update, space, and then and then your word count. So mine is 35. Oh, 35,390. That would not have been hard to remember. Okay, and then Timebot will remember it for you. I've written 62 words since my last update. Wow. A little over eager there, but you know, figured since I was coming back from break, it made sense, and I've managed to. If I minimize word, it disappears from the stream. And sometimes I don't realize for a little while. So my apologies for that. But if that ever does happen and you're getting annoyed, just please say something. Pretty much everything on this stream, if something is bothering you, that seems like it would probably be pretty easy to fix, do feel free to say something. Like, worst case scenario, I'm just going to go, I'm sorry that's bothering you, but that's not something that I'm prepared to do. Possible that I will do that, but it's also possible that I will, it's more probable actually that I'll try to fix it for you. Yeah. This song almost got me again. Starts out so for ages. And then it slowly builds. So I suddenly go, oh, where did my music go? It's there. It's just being very, very quiet. Come on. There we go. It's there. I really like this tune, but I'm thinking about taking it out of the rotation simply because it's really throws me off every time it plays. Ah, that's right. Okay. So I've forgotten something in here. There is someone with their head smashed in. Which Dash will probably look at. He's pretty much got to just look at and go, well, that's hopeless. But he's got to check them before he deals with the gash. Nixie's been a bit weird today. Love it. Love it when dogs get weird. Not stressful at all. Oh, all this writing about blood and guts is mildly perturbing. Oh, why are you stinky? That's foul. What the hell? Dogs. Oh my gosh. That's better. I make my own, Damn. Brain's going on holiday. I think it blue screened. I make my own air fresheners because I'm really sensitive to a lot of scents. And yeah, very annoying. So yeah, I tend to make my own. Not great, mind you, but they work. They do the job. I'm going to eat for a bit. I'm going to turn off my mic so I'll be muted. I will probably at some stage forget to turn my mic back on. So apologies in advance if that happens. Damn, that got me emotional. And I'm not even entirely sure why. Although it does remind me of something. And that is being in hospital once, and there was relative. Okay, I wasn't in huge amounts of pain, but it was enough, and basically the painkillers weren't touching it. I was struggling to sleep that night, and I woke up the next morning and there was this nurse sitting by my bed, and she said, "Oh, I heard you groaning in the night, and I knew you were in pain. And so whenever I can, I've just been sitting by your bed all night to keep you company and make sure you know that someone's there." And oh my God, I'm going to remember her for the rest of my life because of that. It was just such a it's by no means small, but in some ways, like, some people would consider that such a small thing. She basically just moved where she was taking her breaks. But holy shit, it just meant so much. Especially in that particular, at that particular time, because holy crap, there is nothing to make you feel alone like being in a room of people and being in pain and nobody being able to do anything about it. So, yeah, that was so sweet. Anyway, I'm going to start eating again and mute myself. keep forgetting that I'm out of coffee. It's a travesty. It really is. But, that being said, I have coffee liqueur, so can't really complain. Especially since the only reason Oh no, I was about to say the only reason I'm not drinking coffee is because I decided I really shouldn't have any more today. But then I remembered that I also need to make more. Right. Anyway, I'm going back on mute. I just needed to tell you all that very important bit of info. Oh, that feels so much better. I really needed to eat. I just had completely and utterly forgotten that I needed to eat. Did anybody order ADHD? Because I got a big heaping platter right here. Alright. That's better. Okay, I think it's time for a word count update. Oh my god, I think I'm gonna hit 36,000 this stream, which makes me happy. So, quick reminder that this is a command that anyone can use, and it will record your word count against your username on my machine. Can I remember what the word count was? No, I cannot. Huge surprise. Huge. Okay, so basically you can track your word count throughout the stream. So enter it, when you wander in, and keep updating it, and it'll let you know how many words you've written this stream. Why is my hair weird at the back? I mean, apart from the usual. That was annoying. Alright. 17,043. 1,740. 17,000 words in a stream would be good. Oh my god, I did the silly thing again. That's better. I'm with it. Honest. Alright, where to go next with this? I don't want to give... So what Dash really needs at this point in time is something to pull the edges of the cup together now that he's washed it out. Except in this day and age, you'd use like sticky things that just basically stick either side, pull it together. But obviously that's not going to be an option in this time period unless he gets creative. So there's the potential to use wax, I guess, in a similar-ish kind of way. But blood would probably mess that up. So that's not going to be great. The only thing I can really think of is to just do a really quick bandage from the bottom up. And then you basically unwind the bandage as you sew. It's not going to be pretty by any means, but that's about all I can think to do in that scenario with what they would have available. No, I want that. Those words. Nixie is really, really stinky. Nixie's my dog, by the way, just in case you think I'm referring to my child. That would be hilarious. But no. The child who brought me alcohol. Love it, by the way. There is so much to love about that sentence. He's over 18. In Australia, 18 is the drinking age. So basically, you're an adult. You can do whatever the fuck you like. God. Oh. Blanket stitch will do. That's basically what I wanted to get at. I haven't actually had a diagnosis yet. Fuck. Forgot about that. Minor little detail. Oops. Why am I getting messages? Brain is stuttering a bit. Wow. It's like, nope, there's too much bandwidth. And I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It happens. Happens a lot. Okay, that's better. Oh. We're getting there, folks. We are really getting there. I'm so happy. I was struggling with this chapter earlier. And now it's coming together. Getting there. So, taken a while. And I've still got quite a bit to do. It's been a long chapter. You cats. Sometimes that's life, though. I don't remember who the next person is. There we go. Gosh. Hmm. I just remembered one of my favourite lines, not my favourite swears from a movie, which is, damn. Can't remember the name of it. Something Knight. Come on, Knight. Heath Ledger. Knight. Lordy. Brain has really gone to sleep on this one. A Knight's Tale. You guts. So, in A Knight's Tale, the redhead guy, what's his name? Anyway, I will thong you. Says, I will thong you. And I love that. I want to use that somewhere. Thong. First, I'm going to have to look it up. Just find out just think how rude it actually is. Because it probably was a real word at some point. Why am I thinking about that while writing? I don't know. Asking why my brain does something is kind of pointless, really. Damn. I cannot remember my basic anatomy. Can't remember where the pancreas is. I think it's middle, just below the belly button. Under the liver. Close to the gallbladder, stomach, and bowel. So no, I was not correct. This is just a little off. So the liver is on your right side of the body, on the right, your right, and it's just under your ribs, or sometimes up into your ribs a little. So just under that, yeah. Quite a distance off where I was thinking it was. I did know that it has quite a big part to play in the digestive process. A lot of people get the idea that you're diabetic. Okay, so pancreas is mostly associated in our minds with diabetes, because diabetes type 1, the pancreas stops producing insulin. And yes, that is absolutely true. But that isn't all that it does. It doesn't just produce insulin. It actually plays pretty vital roles in digestion as well. So yeah, you can kind of, in some ways, you should be able to live without your pancreas, because you know, you can get insulin in other ways. Great, it's far from ideal, but you know, it is possible to do. But I don't think there is anything that can I don't think there's anything modern medicine can do to substitute the rest of what a working pancreas will do for your body. So yeah. Pretty cool though, because they can now my brain just died again. I'm looking for a word. It's not transport. Transplant. What? They can now transplant pancreases in humans. So you can have a new pancreas attached. I don't think they remove the existing one. They just add an extra one. And its main job is going to be just producing the insulin. So I know that they do it every now and then. Well, not every now and then. They're doing it every day in Sydney. But they perform transplants that are kidney and one kidney and a pancreas, so that in diabetics who've had kidney failure due to the complications from being diabetic, diabetic, blah 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 blah. My brain is buffering again. Give it a few seconds. I need a like little thing that comes up with an idle animation and like hold music. I was talking about pancreases. Yeah, so basically, if you've got type 1 diabetes at least, and your pancreas therefore isn't producing insulin, extra glucose in the bloodstream overworks your kidneys, something chronic, and kind of gets stuck everywhere, I think. in the kidneys. So it's having type 1 diabetes in and of itself can basically just do damage to your kidneys, like just constant, slow, cumulative damage. Which is why a lot of diabetics, type 1 diabetics in particular, end up with kidney damage. But also, that's why if they do a kidney transplant on someone who's type 1 diabetic, they'll often nowadays try and do a pancreas transplant at the same time. So, and the obvious but intriguing thing is that once they transplant a pancreas into you and it starts working, you're no longer diabetic because it's producing the insulin. I mean, that's the whole point of it, but it's just kind of mind-blowing, especially for people who have been who've been diabetic for like decades, and all of a sudden it's just like, okay, yes, you have this whole regimen of anti-rejection drugs that you need to take now. You don't have to worry that much about your insulin anymore. Just check your levels, once a week or so, and you're pretty much good. Which is amazing. I love that so much. Blah. Have I mentioned my brain is going a little blah? As it is. It really is. Hope this has been an interesting stream for you all, though. I'm not ending yet, by the way. I'm just blathering because I usually don't start streaming until 4 or 5 p.m. So it's almost 4 p.m. now. But I thought Friday nights are usually really quiet for me. So I thought, why not try doing a Friday daytime stream instead? Because I haven't had much work on this week. So I had the mental space and the time to do it. So I'll take my opportunity now. Hopefully be able to continue it. I'm just gonna have to see how the paid work goes. Gotta do the paid work. Oh, why can't somebody just pay me lots and lots and lots to do this all day long? Because I'd do it. You can make a living wage through Twitch, can't you? That's a joke. In case it's not obvious. Let's... Alright, so with liver damage, I'm just pondering what Dash would actually do for liver damage. Probably gonna have to be energy healing. He's got nothing else to offer, really. Hmm. That's right. But I have a bit of variety in the people who've been injured. Alright, just checking my messages. Lo and behold, everything is fine. I like that. Gotta be careful. Oh, I've got to be careful. Last time I stretched, I hurt my shoulder. That's so sad, but it's true. Nixie is really, really stinky today. What the hell? I might change this a little bit, I think. To have Dash kind of using aura, like seeing people's auras to help him diagnose issues. Because I think the whole energy healing and seeing a person's aura, they probably fit relatively well together. Like, if you could suspend belief for one, you can suspend belief for the other, you know? I think that'll work. Yeah. So I'll think about it, but that to me seems like it might be a plan. Shurg. Minute Shurg. Oh! Yes, artifacts. I just realized that I went over 36,000 words just a while ago. Did I notice? Well, I did just then. Enough. So, as I have mentioned before, but you know, I like to say every now and then, you can update your word counts as well if you happen to be writing while I am streaming. And it goes word count, update. Sorry. Exclamation, word count, update, and then the number. So mine is 36061. I think that was right. Was that right? I gotta check. It was. I'm getting so good at this memory thing. I'll be up to playing kids' memory games in no time. 309 since my last update. 2052 so far this stream. This has been a fucking epic stream. I mean, not epic in the sense of being very, very long. And not quite in the sense of... Anyway, I think I'm going to shut up now. On that topic, I just realized I was just digging myself into a deeper and deeper hole. Sometimes the best thing you can do at that point is to stop digging. Oh, there's so many people online at the moment. Oh my god. This feels so weird. like streaming when other people are streaming too. I'm so sorry. I minimized word again. There's an ad break starting soon, folks. In a minute. All right, folks. I think I need to take Nixie out. She is being a bit odd at the moment. So, I'm going to go on break. It'll probably be a relatively short one. I'm thinking like 5 minutes at most. And just check that my puppy is doing okay and doesn't need anything desperately. All right, so if you hang around through the break, I appreciate you all so much. And talk to you soon. Very, very soon. Folks, I made it back. Thanks for hanging around through the break and through the ad break as well. I appreciate you all so much. Y'all are amazing. You know that? Do I tell you that often enough? I probably don't. I tell you more often. Y'all are amazing. Alright. So, where was I? What the fuck was I doing? All questions which I can maybe answer. Maybe. So, progress this stream. A little over 2,000 words. So, doing pretty well. Although, let me just check. No, that's alright. I lit a candle because, seriously, Nixie's farts are so horrendous at the moment. Probably partly because of, you know, her family destroying her entire gut biome with rancid cream cheese. It's a gross, gross dog. Have I mentioned that? Anyway, so she's rather stinky at the moment. She's on medication, by the way, to help with the gut biome thing. But I lit a candle, and it's shining very aggressively in my eyes at the moment, even though I'm not looking at it directly at it, except when I do, because I'm a bit of a doofus that way. Because I'm talking about it, so you know, gotta look at it. That was ibuprofen, by the way. I could do with it right now. I could have turned the music up a smidge, couldn't I? That doesn't seem to have done anything. Is that particular song? Because, oh my god, it is. It fucking is too. You know what? I love this tune, but it is gone. Let's leave it. Also, you're getting a bit sick of the tunes. I'm getting a bit sick of the tunes. Been the same thing for a while now. It's frozen. Something's frozen. Frozen in time. Frozen in time. There it is. Okay. Sorry, buddy, but you're out of here. Actually, come to think of it. I don't know if I want to replace all of the music. That might be a bit overboard. What have we got? Maybe I can just add some. So the same stuff isn't playing over and over again. Why not some Feslian? I have many, many epic. Okay. That sounds like it might work. Oh my god, yes, I have so many. Okay, so let me get rid of these ones. And then that's a bit better. I like the music that's been playing and all, but I want something a bit different to play. Come on, get off. And something else as well. Okay, not sure what that is. Do-do-do-do. Okay, that should do. That'll give us a bit of variety. Oh, I can smell my candle now. And it's trying to kill me. Not fair. So this is actually a homemade candle. Again, because I'm very delicate. And I tend to get migraines from most candles. There's always something. It's either mineral wax, like paraffin wax, or it's I don't know, whatever wick they're using, or of course the perfumes that they put in it. Any of those can completely knock me over, which is not great. So yeah, made these candles from local beeswax, which is, I'm kind of impressed. Like, I live in this almost the center of Sydney. Like, I'm very close to the city itself. And the stuff that I can get here is just, it's almost mind-blowing at times, because it's stuff like I can get fresh fruit and veg from the organic farm, and I don't mean trucked in from an organic farm either. No. You can get fresh honey and beeswax from a local hive. It's kind of amazing. I didn't really ever see that in Brisbane. I've just been looking in the wrong parts, mind you. Entirely possible. you know, Twitch is usually pretty decent with... Oh no, there we go. With telling me that people are online, but it did not tell me that Nick Howard was online. So Nick Howard is a definite friend of the channel. We love Nick here. He does an amazingly chill and friendly and warm stream. Like, just perfection. Like, seriously, just no notes whatsoever. He just... If you're ever looking for some nice vibes with a cat that is friendly, seriously, you're gonna love Nick. He's amazing. Also, he has the best voice in the fucking business. Love his voice. I wonder if I can hire him to narrate this when I've finished it. I might be able to talk him into it. Nixie's being weird again. I'm not happy. I'm gonna have to edit a lot of this because, oh my god, all the I sentence or paragraph starters are... They're not great. But it's okay. Like, I don't stress about getting my wording perfect in the first draft. I like to get it perfect. Love to get it perfect. But I also know that that is really not a reasonable thing to expect. Try not to. Wow, that's such positive vibes there, Rowan. Some days that's all you get, a huge pile of agony and misery. And that's what you come here for. The positivity, isn't it? Alright. It's almost 5 PM, you know, folks. And I have an entire bottle of coffee liqueur. Well, almost an entire bottle. Thanks to my lovely child. Well, my lovely adult child. That's a question. What's a gender neutral term for, like, instead of saying son or daughter? You would tend to say child, right? But there's got to be something better than that, that indicates the relationship but doesn't also imply age. Like sibling. I don't know. Life is difficult and confusing. I'll have a think. That was hardly any... Egads. I mean, I know we're trying to keep it sensible here, but that was an appallingly short pour. What's up, puppy? What's wrong? Are you okay? Yeah? You want to come up? You want to come up? You do. Folks, this is Nixie. She pops into stream every now and then and promptly disappears. What the hell? You want to come up? You don't want to come up. Okay, sorry folks. That was a misfire. A Nixie misfire. That's what it was. Okay, you get pat regardless. Goofus, aren't you? Yeah. Okay, off you go, please. She is one of the cutest dogs I've ever come across. And nobody's going to change my mind on that. Nobody. Maybe a cute dog, but no people. My t-shirt feels, I know it's not, but it feels like it's trying to strangle me. Like it's not even, whenever it just gets here and touches. Just in case you're wondering if I really, really am neurodivergent. Being weird again. Right. Okay. That's right. I stopped writing because I was looking at what I'd just written and gone, wow, that's kind of dark. True, but dark. You get. Very weird dog. Anyway, sorry, I keep getting distracted by my puppy. She's cute. Also, she's acting really weird today, and I don't know why. Putrefy, not petrify. I had two parts of my brain working almost in sync there. And okay, so a problem I have discovered when I'm writing is that I come up with what I'm going to write using the verbal centers of my brain. Right. That in and of itself, fine. Except it means that these days I make spelling mistakes because I've got I'm saying a homophone. No, I'm saying the word and I'm hearing. I don't know how it works. Anyway, I'm translating that into the incorrect spelling. Like it would be the right spelling, but it's a different word. So I was trying to write putrefy, but when it went through the speech center, it was like I came out with petrify. And so I was trying to type petrify, but at the same time, the other part of my brain that was actually kind of organizing all of this in the first place knew that wasn't right. It was like, no, what? And it's so, like, I don't know if you'll ever experience this at all. This seems to me like it's probably a fairly neurodivergent thing to have happen, where the brain just, it is so obvious that there are different parts of the brain all doing different things at the same time. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I'm about to lurk. Bedtime for me. Good luck writing. Thank you so much, Serena. I hope you have absolutely amazing sleep and some wonderfully sweet dreams. You know, dreams you just really enjoy having. Thanks for the good luck writing. I really appreciate it because I feel like I'm going to need it. Take care, Serena, and thanks for the lurk. Okay, I can smell something that isn't Nixie farts now, which makes me, oh my god, so fucking happy. I just got a glare from Nixie. I am appreciating these candles because they're homemade and they're used just beeswax and essential oils, basically. I don't get a lot of smell from them. Like they're not really intensive candles. They're just gives a little bit of scent and a little bit of that kind of honey smell of real beeswax is awesome. Love that, by the way. Love it so much. I would bottle that. Like, I am so happy that I found a hive nearby. Like, yay! It was so funny because the first time that I bought from them, they didn't actually give me any warning about the delivery. I literally opened my front door and someone was just walking up the pathway, and he was holding 2 jars of honey and a big pack of beeswax. Like, no shopping bag or anything like that. This is old school. And it was just like, wow, I wish that happened more often when I open my door, you know? Open the door. Honey and beeswax. It was awesome. Okay, so what's he gonna need? Ugh. This way. This doesn't make sense. This is the wrong way around. He needs to grab the stuff from his bag himself and then get Silverhand to help. Alright. Folks, I've got to admit, I am starting to flag just a smidge. It's almost 5 p.m. and I've been going... How long have I been going? I don't know. Been a while. Been a while. Almost 6 hours. Alright, so while it has been absolutely amazing and I don't want to stop, I'm starting to think maybe it might be an idea. Because, you know, the time that I've been streaming for, it's available on the screen that I was just looking at earlier going, oh, how long have I been streaming for? I think I'm tired. And I think I'm tired enough that I don't quite realize that I'm tired, which is a really annoying sort of tired to be, by the way. That's an annoying level of tired. So I'm thinking, sorry, brain is going very, very slowly today. Very, very slow. Let me have a quick look on here to see who's doing what. Okay, so nobody's writing. That's mildly disappointing, but okay, alright, fine. That would explain why so many of y'all are in here. Which, by the way, thank you so much for the follows and everything today and the raid. That has been absolutely amazing, and it's been fantastic to have y'all in here. I've really appreciated it so much. Alright, you know what? I do not very often get the chance to raid somebody that I actually mod for. Which is Selena Price. So, I'm thinking we go raid Selena Price. She is currently playing Mass Effect 3. Yes, 3. And, pretty awesome. But also her streams tend to be quiet, relaxed, and nice. I'd say calm, except when she starts screaming about being attacked by things. Maybe not quite. She does scream occasionally. No, trust me. Me just putting my foot in my mouth and shoving. Alright, folks. So, thank you so much for joining me today. I've appreciated it so much. Whether you just followed, whether you've been lurking, whether you're subbed, whether you've been chatting, I appreciate you so much, and I appreciate the support of the channel. And I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I hope you had a chance to learn something, or, you know, if nothing else, just learn what you don't want to do when it comes to writing. Alright, folks, let's go show Selena some love.